Hello! I'm just tell me what it's all apart. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hi! Hi, Addy. Hi, Jalford. Hello! How are you all doing? Oh wait, I have to do the wait. Let me do the stories and everything. Take me back, cause I wanna stay. So close to what? Hi Rico! Hello! Hi Fabio! Hello people, how are y'all doing? Oh, mic is clipping, sorry. Save your tears for another day. And let you take it, I was always there. Wait, let me do the story. Wait. Let me put. Oh, the mouse is already dead. Hi, Billy. How are you doing? Welcome in. You hear music from the mic up. Let you cry. Thank you. Oh, I miss you too, Fabio. So cute. Super cute. Wait, let me do one story. Wait, what the heck? Oh, you ready? Wait to start the week. Let's go. Oh, that is not working yet. Wait. Okay, you're right. Sorry, mods. Give me. Hey, yo, tears for. We're going for a cute one. Hi, people. How are you doing? How did it go? Medical, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate you so much for that. Welcome back for the 2 months. Shit. Thank you so much for it. People, how are y'all doing? How is it going? How are y'all feeling? How was the weekend for you? I have so many things to tell you. Oh yeah, I have to. Wait. Give me the pet. Pet not working. How do I rate my Tinder experience? Bad. Very bad. Yeah, I do have it. Wow, this is... You are cool. You are cool. I appreciate you so much for that. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thank you for the... How many? Wait, hold on a second. That is our year? It's our year, so for a year? You came every month in here to just check in to do the... To get that, to do the prime. I appreciate you pretty much. I do feel lonely. So, Ingrid, that's you? Mikere! You misclicked. You misclicked. Holy shit. You Okay, thank you so much for the misclick for the 5th time. I appreciate you for the 5th misclick. I appreciate you. But Kami? Coming for 22 months? Bro, I haven't been here for 22 months? Am I dealing with you for 22 months? Kami. Sorry, can I have a lot of love for Kami? The mod that I fight the most with, but also the one that keeps me in line the most. Can you please send them a lot of love? 22 in chat! 22 in chat, please! Kami, I love you. Appreciate you. For real. But by the way, Ingrid, I'm good. How are you? Was the bathroom nice? Hi AC, hello. People, what is happening this morning? Chichik! Hey, yo, chat. Chichik, thank you so much for the 5 months. Post interview. I'm paying you to stay shut. Okay, listen. This is a very small interview. Oh my god, I have so many things to tell you. Post interview. Here I am paying you to stay shut. I'm crying. Stop it. Stop it. Not today. Fuck, it's another emotional day. Holy fuck. No, 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 no. No, I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Chat, I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Stop. Sandra, thank you so much for the 11. Holy fuck. Sandra, thank you so much for the 11. Stop it, thank you for the 4 months. Oh my god. Stop it, you're super nice. But Sandro, what the actual... Wait, I haven't been wearing my glasses for like... Oh, an entire weekend. Shinny, hi! Hi, beautiful Shinny, I saw you there. Sandro, thank you so fucking much for the 11. That's way too much. Everyone cries on Monday. Hi, Stick, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I have so many things to tell you. So many things to tell you. Yeah. Good morning. Hi. Yeah, thank you so much for the... Thank you so much for the prime chat. That's a new one. Can I have Sniffa for the new one in here? Please? Oh my god. Hi, Angelo. Chat, I have so many things to tell you. So many. You have no idea. Okay, so like I met Ingrid in the bathroom. I was like... so many weird things happen. Wait. Hold on. More. Okay. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months. More chat. Can I talk? Can I please talk? Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, so many things happened. Like, it was fucking crazy. It was so crazy. I swear. I'm still in shock. I still haven't done the Instagram thing, but I'm still in shock. I'm so in shock for everything that happened this weekend. What? I didn't understand. Like, wait, let me do this. Okay. It was crazy. How was the games week? It was beautiful. It was so nice to meet so many of you. Coste! But what is happening this morning, Jack? We're already at 21. Yeah, it's started. Coste! What about you, Coste? We have to talk. I want to know gossips, Coste. I want to know gossips. Anyway, thank you so much for the 4 months. Do I want to know the name? Yes, I want to know the name of the mystery guy. Yes, of course I want to know it. Bam! Chat, can we chill? Can we... Bambi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Cat for hi! I already need to blow my nose. Shit. Where is it? Where's my crying paper? Okay, here. Gossip, yes. It was Sandra! That was Sandra! Sandra, was that you? That was Rico. Wait, let me open it. Rico! Thank you for the 5. Chat, can we chill? Holy shit. Wait, was it for real, Sandro? Sandra, was that actually you? And you didn't tell me anything? Holy fucking shit, Sandro! Rico, thank you so fucking much for the 5. I appreciate you very much. Games Week was amazing. I'm still very like, what the fuck? He wasn't in the middle. Are you fucking joke? Sandro! No way. Now I'm mad. Now I'm very mad. No. What do you mean I'm tonta? How was I supposed to know? Sandro. Shit. No, don't laugh. Now I'm mad. No. What do you mean you tricked me? You didn't trick me. You dumb. Sandra, I appreciate you so much for everything that you do. Holy shit. Rico, thank you so much for the 5 again. But what I have so many things to tell you. Wait, let me do the Instagram thing. You need someone to study / work with. I got you. Let's do tomatoes to get her. Oh my goodness. I have. I don't even know where to start about telling you everything. I don't even know where to start. I click here. Hey, easy. Oh my god. All the things that happen. It will need its own stream talking about Milan Games Week for sure. I'll talk to you later, Chichik. No worry. For sure, like we've. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the levels. Look at how many people are on the train. Look at how many people are on the train. This is beautiful. Hi, Prof. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my god. I think that I still haven't realized. I think that I still haven't realized. But the only thing that I can tell you, I had the Gigaest move. I had the Gigaest move at the Milan Games Week, and all the other streamers were like jealous of me because I started the thing with like the snacks. So like everyone was giving me snacks, and then I was going back into the place where all the creators were with like a lot of snacks, and people were like, oh, where did you get them? Like, but I've been nice. I give them to some people that were hungry too. I promise. On Omigo? What is Omigo? Wait, what? What? Lafo! Hi, Lafo. Hello. How are you doing? That was a genius idea, right? I had so much food. Oh, wait. Let me fix the Omega Ligo. You don't want to live in Italy? All right. You don't have to. No one is forcing you. Where do you live? Too much mafia? Ah, yeah. Because in the other countries, there is nothing. There is no corruption. Good way of thinking. You're bad in Sweden. Why are you bad? Armita! Armita, thank you so much for the 4. I saw that you couldn't join. I saw that you could. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I know. Number. Thank you so much for the 4. I appreciate you. Chill up. What the fuck? Why do we start all the Mondays like this? Why do we start every Monday like this? But anyway, people, I have. Oh my god. First of all, it was super, super lovely to meet you all. And I think tell me if I'm wrong, but I perfectioned my panic in meeting you all from like the people are okay. Can we have a wait? Let me ban blank that it's here just to rant about their own life. Go, like yeah, it is a temporary tattoo. Oh my god, I'm crying already. I perfection my way of saying hi because the very first that I say Carapace. You're Mr. Nisha Fun. You're here for the full fun. Thank you so much for the 100 videos. Welcome on board of a train. What the fuck is this? Is the longest train ever. This is generally the longest train we ever had, I think. Donkey! Nice hug. Donkey, thank you so much for the 3 months. I met Bennett and I was like, oh, I'm Bennett. You are the one that makes me struggle with your name. It was so nice to meet you all. Donkey, thank you so much for the 3 months. But I did not give all the cookies because yesterday there were not many people around. And I still have a lot of cookies. So if you wanna get here in Verona, I can give you cookies if you want. I don't know. I have way too many. And Like the very first time that I met someone, like it was at the gym, and it was like I didn't expect it. I was like, oh, hi, hi, and then I left. But I've been to the perfectionist. I don't know about the weekend, but on Friday it wasn't so bad. What do you mean with people? Like with many people? I'm with you every day from my office. Oh, Carapate. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Oggi 19 per i banchetti. Today I want to try to go back to the gym. Today Hank was like, I thought you were a troll with a weird name. Paradox! Paradox, good morning. Good morning. The Giulia Premi gag? Yeah, that's fun. Chat, did I had coffee? I had 0 coffee for a week. I had 0 coffee for a week. 0. You're cute. You're cute. No, I had the half of a coffee. Now that I think about it. Vanna, thank you so much for the. Thank you so much for the 3 months with the friend. You are cutest. You are the cutest. You are the cutest.
And you're so cute. You made my day.
I had 0 because of my stomach issue, but my stomach is feeling way better. I'm still having caffeine. What do you mean about Hank? What do you mean? What do I mean? What? I had like half of a coffee when I lost the cookies, so I don't think that I should get the cookie. I should get the coffee. Oh, I didn't get Donkey. I didn't have nothing. I didn't buy anything because I was away for the Black Friday and Cyber Monday. You didn't meet Paradox? I met them. What are you, a pacifist? No, I am struggling. It's different. Rico, oh my god, it's so beautiful. You have no idea. To finally give faces to many of you. And I want to be doing like this, like in another country, like being anywhere else. And I don't know. The only option would have been like TwitchCon, but I understand that it's always difficult. Maybe we can go for each one in each country. Can I go each country? Like, can you just keep me updated if there is like a content creator thing in any country? Just... Yes. Yes, thank you so much for the 4 months. Sheenie! Oltre alla foto. Yes, thank you so much for the 4 months, and thank you so much for the train. That was super sweet. Hi, Sheenie, what's wrong? What's happening? Hi, Harvey. Chat, for real, like, if you know about other fairs like this, other conventions like this, let me know, alright? And I'll try my best to get into the different country, alright? If you know that there is another, like, conference with content creators and stuff, I'm just gonna try and go, alright? I'm just gonna try and go. We're starting very, very soon, Knopf. Sorry, I've been away for the weekend. I just wanted to say hi to everyone. Why was I banned from twice from Tinder? I have no idea. Actually, chat. Okay, so I received a message. Hi, Asherat. I received a message on Instagram saying, "Is it possible that I saw you on Tinder?" It's like, no, I've been banned twice, so my profile should not be there anymore. So I think that maybe I've been banned from Tinder, not because I did something wrong, but because someone created an account with me. And Tinder thought that I was the fake one and they were the real one. So if you ever see me on Tinder, I'm banned from there, alright? I'm banned. What do you mean yesterday I was not there? Yesterday I was there. It's possible they're using my pic, most probably. I also have many lookalikes. That is also very true. Very true, very true. Chip! Hello, Chip. Chip, yesterday I met your hero. I'm not, like, in person, I met your hero, myself. I should have verified my Tinder G. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Ah, she. Thank you for the 4 months. I look like a fake. I can report it to the police. I should send an email maybe. What do you mean you didn't find me? Joy, hi. Hi. Identity theft is not a joke. Yes, I know. I will send an email to Tinder, I guess. She, thank you so much for the 4 months. It was super nice to meet you too. Hi, Edsy. Hello. If you mean the thing I posted, it was a joke because someone generally looked similar, but not your pics. Oh, no. Oh, chat, we are way too many. 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 Goodness, chat, the point is, like, there's so many small things that I want to tell you about. I met Spadapao. Do you know Spadapao? Do you remember Spadapao? I've met, a lot of creators, but I met so many of you. Hi. Oi, Joe. Hey, yo, Sumo. Do famous people use Tinder? I don't know if they do. I don't know. Can you show Pera that would make your mood? But she's sleeping on the sofa. So I thought about bringing her here. But she's sleeping so peaceful on the sofa. I didn't feel good about, like, moving her. But it was super, super nice. I want to do a post with all the pictures that people took of me in the at the Milan Games Week. So if you haven't, like, posted a story with me, that, like, do it now. Like, if you haven't, like, if you have a picture and you haven't posted, like, do it and tag me so I can put it there. I'm talking. I'm so far away from being famous. I'm so far away from being famous. I'm so far away. Should give you an indication. No, I do. You keep saying that she has things to tell us, but she hasn't said anything because I'm thinking. No. Yeah, Marcel. It's not your hero. No, I'm not. I don't know. There's a lot of small things that I want to tell you about. So many small things, But I think that it's better if, like, we just say to each other. Wait, I need to plug in the camera for the meeting later. Oh, I also met the people from MSI. They were super fucking nice. You know that the ones that sent me the graphic card, the hat. They don't have a jacket, unluckily. They don't have a jacket. What? You're not famous, and what do I make memes with you? Because you have fun. Oh my god, yesterday I ended up in Bologna. Yesterday I ended up in Bologna. Sumo, are you actually gonna focus with us today? Sorry if the starting is a little bit longer, but it's just like, the convention was so beautiful compared to the other year. I don't know if it was just for me, but I hear a lot of people, not just creators, saying that it was very beautiful. So, I mean... Oh, it's not just water. There's, like, caffeine in it. It's like it's a water drop. It's this one. I'm putting this one in it. I'm not even sponsored anymore by them, but I still like them, so... Wait, what? Wait. Oh, Tigre. I'll send you... Yes, I have to send pictures of my butt. Anyway, I met a good morning. Creative Destiny was really nice. Like, I'm just sad that for many of you there was not, like, spots to sit, like, because, I mean, it was nice from my perspective to have like a place where I could, like, network with other people, with other creators, but at the same time there was not, like, a space where, I don't know, like, all of you could have, like, sit down. Well, there were many, maybe, places like restaurants and all of that, but when it was very full, maybe, I will talk about everything that comes up to my mind. I'll tell you everything. Stendo, hi! Hello, Stendo. How are you doing? How is your day? Holy shit, I am... It's weird because I told you that usually I get, like, my social energy get drained, but today I'm so excited. Okay, so a lot of people are now sick. Ank is sick. Thank God I didn't spend too much time with him. Power is sick. Unfortunately, I didn't spend too much time with him. uh, um, who else I know that is sick? I don't know who else is sick. I have to check on the others, but I hope I will not get sick. About this, watch the last meme on Discord. Oh my god, I have so many things to check. The emails, Discord. Oh, I asked him this morning to know how is he doing today too, and he's still very sick. When will I do that? I think. So this weekend we have the. This weekend I want to do the Are You Smarter Than the Dumbos games. I want to do the Dumbos games. Vache hi. I want to do the Dumbos games this weekend. So I don't want to touch the graphic card this weekend. I will most probably do it like maybe next weekend. What is cooking? What are all those cooking memes? What the fuck are those? It is just about what we see, what Hank sees is stupid. Are you smarter than a Dumbos game? Oh, that makes sense. I like it. That analysis science field work for a full-time streaming. I'm for full-time streaming now, Stick. I'm full-time streaming. Ah, chat, shall we get to start the work for today? I need to get a couple of things set for my... Oh, I haven't started TikTok. Wait, let's start the TikTok thingy also. Okay. I haven't started this one. Shit. Okay. We're also live on TikTok. Nice. Done that one too. It was super nice to meet you too, Paradox. Really, really. The last video? Oh, I didn't see.
Sta girando il Covid? L'ho visto... Grazie. L'ho visto qua per terra.
It's on Discord. It's on Discord. Memes on Discord. Please, can you post it? Please, can you post it? Can you put it like on Instagram so I can share it to him? He's gonna love it. He's gonna love it. Oh my god, who did that? He did. Shit. Ah! My hero's arms. Shut up. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's start to work for today, all right? I really need to get stuff done. I really need to. The video is on Discord. The video is on Discord. If you publish it on Eden, if you put it on Instagram, I can send it to him too. My ears are whistling because the loud music. Oh no, go rest. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Let's start with the first tomato of the day and of the week. I'll check in with you later, right? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are y'all doing? How is it going, people? How are you? Oh. How is this morning? Is it productive for you all? I just realized that I haven't done the badges for December. I have to work on that part also. Shall we check how did the check-ins go? We didn't do it. We haven't done it for a while now. Let's see who forgot and who did not. Oh, SSD. SSD. Stop making fun of a badge. SSD, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Welcome back in. Let's not check. What did you do, Ari? What did you do? Top right. I need to... Break bar has to be still on. Alright. So we still have the counter. Oh, what? Top right. There we go. So maybe now I can. Can I? Come on. Okay. We still have this one. Okay. Simpson! Simpson for 21, because for 20 was already taken. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you for the prime. Alerts are dead. Oh yeah, because I was supposed to be in a meeting. Right? And I muted you already. Simpson, thank you for so much. Thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Fistignaccheri, thank you so much. I'm welcoming. Come in here. Yes, the meeting got scammed. Anyway, let's check who is here today. And you got also the 75% badge. You also get the 75. So, Joseph, good job. Hidden, amazing. Eury, beautiful. Martin, amazing. Goldrake. Sandro, even though they came to the Games Week, they also did this, alright? Lorenzo, Anna, Icofes, Angelo. Marco, Meta. Alright. Henry, Sacrograd, Jake. I see you. Cesira, Ashkelon. Alright. Danny, Guzman. Were you out and about in the evening and you just checked in? Oh no, this is for today. Anyway. And that's it. Oh, I so the cringe also. But, oh, okay. You've been partying too much, I see. You've been partying a lot. I see. It's fine. It's amazing that you're doing that. How do you see? It's a exclamation mark ranking. And you see it. Where's Jalfor? It's fine. They were on vacation. Since I was not here, they were on a beautiful vacation. Mods, what did you do in these days, by the way? I also have I'm gonna be super working hard on getting on. We were not on vacation. Well, kinda from the stream. I just forgot what day shit. Did you say that you were on vacation? Okay. I'm gonna be working very hard to get better at Valorant. I think I need to join your Twitch. Oh, ADHD. Hi. Hi, ADHD. Sorry. Hi. Nice to meet you from TikTok. I didn't see the chat. Sorry. Thank you for the likes, Diana. Thank you, ADHD. Hi. I tuned in for a bit and your team lost. Shut up. Listen, we played 2 games together. We were not very connected, and the plays were very bad where we were playing. So it's fine. I did my best. I bottom fragged once, and I was the weakest one. So I mean that's fine. Your worst manifest, you were bottom fragging. But just one time when I was not playing Sage, you know. Definitely think I need to join a Twitch. I want to bet. Oh, go for it. Go for it, ADHD. No, I did not bottom frag twice. No, I did not. I bottom fragged once. The first game I did not bottom frag. I am very sure about that. I made sure that I was not. No, I told him, Ashkelon. I already told him that he has to coach me. He already knows. He said he's gonna coach me to get into Diamond on Valorant, and I'm gonna coach him to get out of like to finish the 5th year of high school. I played Valorant mostly ADHD. I had so much fun. I had so much fun playing Valorant there. But it was, oh my god, I was like playing, right? I was playing, and then I turned around and I saw someone just handing me cookies. It's like, thank you. Thank you. Oh! You wanna know something? You wanna know something? Okay, if you're from Italy, you might understand this. If you're not, I'm sorry, I will let you know. So there is. So I was I was there in the place where every creator was. Everyone was meeting each other. Everyone was like shake. Oh hi Soy. I definitely don't have a match in my match history where G is bottom frag. Nice. Thank you. I'll send you the money later, Soy. So I was there saying hi, hello. And then I saw like Xuder. You know, if you're from Italy, you know Xuder, like a legend, right? So I went there like, hi, hello, nice to meet you. I'm very happy to meet you. And he was like, I saw you already. Aren't you like on the front page? Like, yes. Oh, you study, right? Yes. Hi. Oh my god. Hello. Hi. Yes, that is me. Hi. Oh my god. I was shaking. And then I also met the people from the Cerbero, HMAT, and oh my god, I felt so stupid because oh my god. I was saying like, yeah, hi, I'm one of the people that you put on Zoidberg. Hi, nice to meet you. Oh my god. Allora ci dovremmo riflettere. Ah, shut up, Hiroshi. Shut up. Goodness. Nice to meet you, Glimmer. Nice to meet you. ADHD, do you play any games? I wish I could get a coffee. I want a coffee. Shall we get to work? I'm gonna try to drink this one, even though there's nothing compared to coffee. But I'm not studying. God. What didn't I like? What didn't I like? What didn't I like? Well, food was very expensive. Thank God I had snacks, but food was very expensive. Like for 3 days I didn't have like a meal. I think that I had like 1 plate of pasta as a meal, but there was not like food. What else? The line maybe to get in, but that's not. Everything was really, really fine. Maybe because my expectations were very, very low compared to last year, but it was really, really fun. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to work? 10 snacks a day. You didn't hear me. Yeah, that's really lovely of you. Old school game called Beyond Good and Evil. Oh, I don't know it. Hey, well, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome back. How are you doing? How are people, baby? How are people, baby? Bobby, babu, babu, Are you being happy? Lars! Thank you so much for the 7 months with the Prime. I appreciate you. Timothy Bjork. Lars. Babu, babu, babu. A baby, baby. A baby, baby, baby. The fun part is that I'm actually saying stuff. High quality content. Oh goodness, today I'm gonna... Lucy! Today is the monthversary of so many people. Lucy, thank you so much for the 3 months. She changed to age to 12. Oh my god! Chat, we should put like my age is underage. So that if someone starts to like, we're gonna be like, bro, I'm underage, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, and they leave. This would be amazing. It would be so nice. A green cam of worms. What is this word? Still the internet? Fair enough. No, so this is like a risotto with broccoli in it. Now every time that I say in it, I always think about a Negroni spagliato with prosecco in it. Oh, wonderful. Blake Lively? Well, that's a new one. Chad, that's a new one. I look like Blake Lively. Nice. I didn't know. Broccoli? Pukers? Are you joking? What the fuck is this? Broccoli is the best thing ever. Nom. Like I was hitting on me in Valor and I said I'm 15. That made it worse. Wait, what? What? Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, of course. Who would not like to look like a Blake Lively? Sorry. I was so hungry. Did you have something to eat? Are you remembering? Are you remembering to drink water? Are you treating yourself right? How much water did you had, Arya? By the way, Arya. Ari, are you good? Are you okay? Ari drunk texted me on Saturday night. That was nice. Oh, Friday night. I don't remember. Today, yes. You said you were dying? Shit, I didn't know. Yes, she did. She wrote me help. She wrote help. Oh goodness. I was dead. I'm like, well, what happened? I'm drunk. Oh my goodness. I think that since my holy has been like censored, I cannot say holy anymore. And now I'm saying, oh goodness. Oh goodness. I keep saying that one now. I keep saying that one. Listen, we set up a counter. We're not censored. Well, you're making me notice how many times I say that. Like in Italian, I keep saying tranqui. Because it's like that defines, and tranqui means like It's fine. It's fine. So they apparently I keep saying it's fine when I'm talking. Ad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're having a lot of ads. No water for me. You want to get rusty? Why do you want to get rusty? Then you don't work well. I would love to do a Christmas tree setting up stream. Christmas tree setting up stream. But it's something that I do with my family. And trust me, you don't want to see my... They get very easily tired. And very easily... So it's... Ermita! What was that for? Armina, thank you for the gifted one to Cosma. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Ma. For my ma? Butt. For my butts? No, Simone! No! You should have stopped me. No, Simo, you have no idea. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad that you didn't stop me. Now I'm mad. I said it before the games week. If you see me, you don't say hi, and then you come on stream and you say that, oh, I saw you, but I didn't. I'll be mad. I'm mad. That's it. I'm mad. It's done. Done. After a few hours, she asked again. She almost killed me because I didn't say your Twitch name. Oh. Oh. I know, right? Yes, I know. Yes, I am mad now. Right, Sandro? Right? There is some beef here. Games Week was beautiful. Games Week was really, really nice. Really, really nice. Sandra, I'm watching you. Chat, shall we get back to work? Let's get to being productive. Let's do this. Okay. You're dead. You're dead. You missed. You didn't see them. It was at the meet and greet. Anyway, be good, everyone. Okay, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome back. Kiro, whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, I had to say hi to someone. Hi, Kiro. Hi, people. Welcome back. Welcome to the break. Layla, thank you so much for the likes on TikTok. I appreciate you. Hello, people. How are y'all doing? Hi, Polly Porn. Hi. Hello. How are you? How is your day? Having a hard time with work? What the fuck happened? Shall we fight someone? Do we have to fight someone, Kiro? What am I drinking? It's not apple juice. It's like a water drop thing. Hey, that's the one. Oh, VJ.
I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Vijay, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you so much for it. I really, really do. Welcome back. Are you cooking today?
I'm 3 months old now. Great.
You're 3 months? You're kidding? You're small. Inni mini money mo. Oh, you gifted to. Oh, you gifted to Caro. Oh, the cutest. The cutest. The cutest. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the gifted one. And another hi. Yes, I chit chat every 45 minutes. How are you, hon? Bye, Mr. Yeah. Wait, but hi, by the way. Hello. You are nice. You were really nice. It's time. Wait. How much am I? Let me see. You know that I put like on. I haven't put the. You suggested me the things for the cookies, and I didn't add them to the wish list. Wait, let me actually see them right now. Oh, Setach. This looks so good. Ashkelon and Jake, thank you. Yes, I should add. You sent me the same one, by the way. But in the wish list, there's also the legs for the table, and I am 31% there. Sooner or later, we're gonna get standing breaks so I can. I modded at TwitchCon. I was not a mod of a TwitchCon. I was not mod of TwitchCon. I was just doing like a presentation there. I like sex, yes, especially if it's with your dad, while your mom watches, and she records. No, I didn't buy anything. I did. I didn't buy anything for the Black Friday. Chatting. I think that now you're regretting your choice. I think that now you regret your choice. Thank you for the 3 months with the Prime. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What do you mean in the video I had a backpack? Which video? Which video? Wait, are you talking about this one? I don't know if it's showing anywhere. This one? Oh, that's a Sangwe, hi! That one? Oh, that's a Reina. It's called Reina. It's so nice. It's called Reina. The brand is Reina. Like. And that was a weird comment to hear as I was on the other screen. Yeah, I got it on Amazon. Matecho, I am a full-time content creator and community manager right now. If you see me using Figma, I'm either creating things for the stream. Like in this case, I'm creating the badges for December. Oh, you sure I can send it to you? Oh my goodness, you're so nice. Let me see if I can find it. Rain. Oh, not raincoat. Rain backpack. Is it even rain? Rains. Let me find one that has more. Where is it? Because to be fair, this one actually got it. My dad got it for himself, and then he did not like it. So I got it for myself. With your cookies yesterday, right outside the second gonna. Did you like it, Flocky? Did you like the cookie? Was it good? No, stop saying badge. Stop saying badge. I did not say badge. I want to find the one that has the one that I actually bought. The one that with a lot of like comments and all of that. I can also ask my dad, to be honest. I think it was this one. It's only blue. Why there is no more? I can send it to you tonight if you want. If you want, I can send it to you tonight. But delicious, thank you. No, I think that the dark ones were a little bit too... The dark ones were a little bit too cooked. You know? Thank you, super. G-edit, what did I do? What did I do now? Oh, presentation there. I like sex, yes, especially if it's with your dad while your mom watches and she records. What the fuck? When you do funny clips, can you please send them on Discord so that I can do clips, all of them, and I publish them? Or if you want to directly do the clip, I'll publish it. Thank you. Holy. What a lovely G. Yeah, people, that's how you answer back to people. Because I feel like people that come here on stream, they think that we're like, oh my god, ooh, I'm so shocked. Bruh, I've been playing Fortnite with kids and nothing scares me anymore. Nothing scares me. Holy. Stop counting them. Stop counting them. Cookie Survivor? Shut up. Fortnite, yes. Yes, with kids. With kids. Kids, because there are kids in Fortnite. Not because I play with kids. You know? I have a stream and now you change your setup and you have tattoos. Oh, Aaron! Maybe I can do a video. I have a... If you want, I made a video for when we celebrated 2 years. I don't know if... Let me send it to you. I made a video when I did it 2 years. Where I addressed like what we did and all of that. Someone says that we are your kids too, but you don't play with us. I don't... Do you want to play Fortnite? Fortnite! Fortnite! Oh, wrong account. Oh, wrong account. Wrong account. Wrong account. Wrong account. And you not play with... What do you mean? I do play with you. I play with Ari. I play with Arya. Oh no, this is the one with... You haven't watched yet. If you haven't watched it yet and you have nothing to do in the next tomato, go watch the video at the gym. But the video of the 2 years, this is the one. This is the one. There we go. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to being productive and do something of our lives? Shall we? I cry if you have nothing to do. It can happen. Some people are here to sleep, and I understand them. Like Nani's here to sleep. Nah. No, go. I promise to you, it's a good one. Usually my videos are not funny. That one is funny, alright? Maybe because there's a person with a French accent in it. Et pour ça, it is very funny. Anyway. If I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. I fucked up. Hello, welcome back. Mas é o Suka. Se faz a família, no. Never. I'll never be. The sniffer emote, I love it. I love it. Chat, do you know what I'm drinking? I'm drinking Level Up. No, not really. Level Up sucks. Athena. Anita, thank you so much for the 3 months. Okay. Anita, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate you for the Prime. Masa, by the way, I'm sorry to hear that you're not gonna do any more like conferences or stuff, but I guess like if you have done 3,000 of them, then you start to get like, you know, tired of it. What the fuck? Jake, why? Jake, why? I don't want to have a partner within Level Up. Jake, what the fuck? I want to have it with coffee. Jake, what the fuck? See too much and of them, I had enough. Yeah, plus like I feel like, well, we can have this conversation by ourselves and it's fine. No need to have it like in public, but yeah. I'm just sorry that you felt that you lived it like that. I know how to play chess, not at all. I know, I suck at it. I have such a short memory that I don't remember what move was I thinking to do. But Jake, thank you so much for the 13 ones. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Masa, you could do study streams, Masa. You could do study streams. There's so many kids in your stream that would need a little bit of focus. Like, for sure they have to do their own homeworks for elementary school, you know? Anyway, moving on. Thank you so much for the train. Welcome on board. Choof choof. Hello. Oh goodness. This didn't fail? What do you mean? People, how was this tomato for y'all? Kids? Where? They were 20 plus at all weeks. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Getting defensive, huh? You cannot hear me on TikTok? Shit. Thank you for telling me. By the way, Vino, thank you so fucking much. Vino, thank you. Listen, chat. Listen to what you can give on the freaking TikTok. Thank you for the Christmas shopping. Thank you for the football. Thank you for the weights. Thank you for the wishing bottle. Thank you for the squirrel. Thank you for the grapes. Thank you for the hot water bottle. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much, Vino. What the fuck is that? I cannot flame him. No, I don't wanna flame him. He's already flamed enough by his life. E cosa devo insegnare a David? What do you need to teach them? Are you being serious? What do you have to teach them? Sorry, I'm still flaming you, but maybe you're actually being like into your thinking mode and like being more deep thoughts mode. What do you want to teach them? What the hell is going on TikTok? I don't know. I don't know what this shit is on TikTok. Like the water bottle, the grapes. You can gift squirrels. You can gift. Look at this. You can give TikTok, snap fingers, Christmas shop. What the fuck are those? You don't know? Okay. What do you mean I don't teach you anything? I teach you to be respectful, to be nice toward each other. This is not a promo, so let's not show the brand. To be respectful, to be nice towards each other, to just focus on what you have to do. That love sucks. Taxes are horrible. Don't. Meta, thank you for squirrel. Meta, thank you so much for the gifted one to squirrel. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. I teach you to how to cook. I teach you. What else? What else do I teach you? Sign language. No. No. Ah. I was. By the way, my name is so difficult because it's all like with gang signs. Now I'm dead. Now I'm gonna die because of the signs. What did I? No. I didn't do to Nanny. I didn't do to Nanny. I forgot to say to ma. Fuck. Chad, I learn important things and I don't use them. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. I forget things. I forget so many things. Fuck. So many lost opportunities. So many lost opportunities. Important. Super important. If only I was on stage yesterday. Yesterday when? At the end I was dead. My social batteries. Oh, wait, how many? What? Chat. Hi, Arya. Chat. Venus sent 9 squirrels on TikTok. What the fuck is that? Venus, stop. Stop sending shit on TikTok. I appreciate you, but I don't know what they are. I appreciate you for that. I ran away from you? Most probably. Money squirrels. What the fuck are those? Leah sauce. Yes, Kero. That's Leah. That's actually Leah. How am I supposed to provide to these squirrels? Thank you for the squirrels. I know they're a gift, but what am I supposed to do to these squirrels? Do I have to feed them? What is it? What is it? Now that it's not supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to be ads. You should have like only 2 minutes of ads if you are subscribed during the breaks. You fed them already? Yeah, I went to sleep. I went to... What's up? Today I keep crying. I don't know why. Could you sleep with all the noise? I can sleep anywhere, people. I'm like a kid. Like you put me to sleep and I'll just sleep. I was not laughing at you, okay? Oh, the finale was good. Oh yeah, I just had to rush back home. And thank God I rushed back because I arrived back home at like 10:30 and was dead. Oh my God, I fell asleep on the train. And I had like the drool because I did not even expect. So I was like dying. I was like with the drool sleeping on the train and they had to tap on my shoulder to show the ticket and they were like, you can clear. I was dead. And I woke up and I was in Bologna, so it was something else. Shall we get back to being productive? Oh, Armida, thank you for the 100 bees.
Emperor Queen.
Thank you. What is it?
Frutta.
Con cosa? Che frutta è?
Banana, mela, uvetta e noci.
Grazie.
Non ti fatti
No,
fastidio.
mi va benissimo. No, mi va benissimo. Mi
Te la
posso...
butti sopra.
Okay. If I'm being so fucking spoiled. I feel like a baby. And the boy's like, I know it. Oh my God. Food. And that's how you make me happy. Anyway, oh my goodness. But are you gonna stay there like this? Do you wanna stay right there? Okay. People, I'll take you with you in 45 minutes, okay? Banana mela e corteccia, no. People, I'll take you with you in 45 minutes. Thank you for the 10 squirrels! Thank you for the squirrels! I don't know what those are. And thank you for the 100 beaties, I appreciate you. But what are the Thank you for the squirrels. What the fuck? I have 19 squirrels now. Do I gather the squirrels? And can I create like a full-on, like, I don't know. How is it called? A zoo of squirrels? Ti potrebbe aiutare gli impacchi di camminare e far smettere gli occhi. Jesus, I don't know. By the way, hi, Jesus. I don't know if it's like I am being emotional or just my eyes cry from time to time, like for no reason, or if it's like bottled up emotions. It's just Kolken. Is that how you say it in German? If it's bottled up emotions that are like they just like almost there. By the way, what the fuck? We are 59. Are you good, chat? Are you good? Squirrel gang. Alright. What are the squirrels? Thank you for the quote. Yeah, but I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. My eyes are leaking. I'm like a robot. If you're being emotional, I hope everything. I don't know if I'm being emotional, Jesus. I have no idea. I don't understand. I don't understand my emotional Rita. Thank you for the gifted one. Who did it go to? Thank you for the gifted one. To La Mitica Spinacina. GG Spinacina. GG. Vai, vieni. Dai, vieni. I live in a fucking zoo. I don't need the squirrels. I already have all of them. Plus the house is not huge, but it's big. Why are they all staying here? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, everyone. Okay? Bye. How are you doing? How are you doing, you sweet potato? How are you doing? Oh, going back to being sleepy? Yes. Oh my god, I need the glasses. I cannot see shit. Hello. Hi. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. Today I'm extremely productive. How is it going, people? I haven't finished the... Oh shit, I haven't finished the... Like, I am I mean, okay. I'm not extremely productive. Let me change that. I'm not extremely productive. But... Oh yes, I'm stretching. But... Okay. I'm not extremely productive, but... I'm more like... I have this problem where I want to be extremely productive all the time, right? And some of you maybe might understand that, but I have to understand. I want to be understanding towards myself that I've been away. Oh, I'm in this cam. Hello. But I've been like out for like 2-3 days, working and doing stuff all the time, having zero rest. So it's fine if today is a chiller day. Saturday, as you already know, I'll be taking the day off, completely off everything. I'll try my best. I'm gonna go to the spa with Cami, my best friend, not the mod, my best friend. So we're gonna go to the spa with Bubbles, and we're gonna stay. I wanna become. I wanna become like a boiled chicken. I want to be a boiled chicken. I want to be there and getting boiled. Get out and be cooked. You know, like if you bite me, I'm edible, right? You know, I want to actually get cooked. I want to just stay there. Paige, hi. Aww, Paigey. Oh, you cute. Thank you so much for that. Oh, Confused Cat, thank you for the $6.66 to the mods. Appreciate you. I super appreciate you for supporting the mods. I really, really do. I really, really appreciate you for that. Fish. I am not gonna watch the game. There was technically an alert. Wait, what? But I appreciate you for real. Appreciate you for the 6. I wanna just get there. I wanna like blah, 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 and just don't have any thought and become like one with water, and that's it. With half cooking oil, maybe. No, just water. Just getting cooked in the water. That's it. Doctor! Doctor, thank you so much for 7 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. I appreciate you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being such a good support to the community. Really appreciate you. I'm used to having my brain empty. No. I was meeting and got chatting with you yesterday. I was eating with them cookies. Were they good, Cab? Were they good? Were they good? By the way, it was nice to meet you too. It was nice to meet you too. I'm trying to... Chat, if you had a picture with me, at the Milan Games Week, send me the pictures, alright? I want to make a cool post. I'm trying to do a cool post. I'm missing like a couple of spots, but I can also like readjust it, but I would love to keep it like that, but yeah. How did I overcome procrastination at the university? I struggled very much. I found that it was mostly like because I had accountability buddies. I had other friends that I was studying with. You never went to a spa? You could also not like it, you know? You could also not like it. I never liked it until like last year. Because I was used to not doing much. So when you go to the spa, it's more like to just don't think about anything. Shut up. What do I work for? If you look at what the mods wrote, you can check that out. What keeps me motivated to study? Usually it's the goal. Usually it's the goal. But as always say, motivation is bullshit. Just make studying into your routine and then you get just used to it. Thank you for being here, Brenda. I really appreciate you for being here. As you see, like it's all about like routine. Really, it's all about routine. All of it. Doesn't matter it's just routine and discipline. That's it. That's everything. You don't even need the motivation. God, I want to cuddle her. I'm in that limbo where I want to cuddle her, but at the same time, if I cuddle her too much, she's gonna leave. Let me cuddle your tummy. Let me cuddle. No, you're falling. Yes, come back. Okay, so you don't fall. Let me cuddle your tummy. Sorry. You haven't found out about my setup? I think gear. I don't know if that's the right one. Maybe it is. Yeah, that is the one. But I have to actually change it. Storefront. Let me actually send it to you. I think that there's a one that is more like updated. You don't agree with me? What do you mean you don't agree with me? You don't agree that motivation is bullshit? If you look here, here you find all the things that I have. Also like earphones that are suggested by the community, or like things that I used at the very beginning as my streaming setup, and things that I use right now for my streaming setup. How are programming languages used for data science and digital marketing? Well, it depends. In my situation, I was, especially for school, I never applied them for a job or anything, but I was using like machine learning to create segments out of customers. So then that would be lovely, JJ, if you could. No, maybe, but not with that one. Not with that one, actually. With this one, maybe. But it's such an ugly link. It's such an ugly link. It's this one. It's so horrible. I don't agree that if you study, you get used to it. I believe that once you get something into your routine, you start to do it more often without like realizing too much. I believe that. Oh yeah, I was telling you I would just to create segments of people. Can I? Yes, sure, JJ. I'd love. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Do you feel having a good setup is essential for productive work? Not at all. Not at all. Like it's as long as it's a place where you're feeling comfortable. Your routine is key. Yes, I agree. Not for you, but it doesn't mean I'm not saying that you like it more, because if you don't like what you're studying, and it's not like I'm gonna start to like cryptos because I studied that every day. Actually, if I start studying it every day, am I gonna hate it more? But if you start to get into the process of like being there and study, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to doing something, being productive of the day? How many tomatoes do we have? We still have 2 tomatoes. Still 2 tomatoes. Let's get through it. Do I have any updates of Hank? No. Oh my god, that was loud. Oh my god, that was loud. My god, that was loud. You beautiful Kotpa, you're amazing. You're such a sweet soul. Thank you for being here. No, I tried to text to Hank because I don't know. I just wanted to see if he's alive. And let me just check back. I think that he's dead. He's old. I wrote to him, check in to see if you're alive. Nothing. I think he's dead. I didn't think he's dead. Anyway, shall we get back to being productive? Shall we get back to do something? To achieve our stuff? If you're new to this, nice to meet you. We have a lot of newbies, I think, today in chat. If you're here, nice to meet you. I'm gonna shut my mouth for your joy for 45 minutes, okay? And everyone is gonna focus on whatever they have to focus for 45 minutes, and then we chit chat back again for 7. Shall we go? Sandra is autonomous. Anyway, I'll check in with you later, people. Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi. How are you doing? Yeah, people, I decided for the last break we're gonna go for some upbeat music. We need Organic House to give us the beat for the rest of the day. Oh, we have a wheel? Oh. 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 Mods want to, let's have a like louder music. Mods want to have let me actually put it here. Mods wants a little bit of there's spice. All right, let's see the spice coming. Let's see it. Nice. Nice. Kemi, chat, do you all want to say your favorite number in chat? Chat, can you please write down your favorite number in chat? No? 763, alright. Kemi, what's your favorite number, Kemi? Can you just spin the wheel without moving the mouse? I was not moving the mouse. I was checking if the TikTok live was working. She's calling it a scam. I did not move it. It's not like I can do something. Spin again. Look at this. Look at this. I wish I had this poison cookie. Look, I'm not touching it. Spin again. I'm moving the cat. See, it's just a wheel. I'm gonna go for story time, Kami. What's your favorite number, Kami? Pera, show your hands. Pera, show your hands. They're asking for your hands. No, oh. Sorry. Let's go for what, Kami? Excuse me? What are you trying to say, Kami? No, we're not gonna do Wordle. We're gonna do story time. Kami, just say your favorite number or I will choose it. Kami, just say your favorite number or I will choose the one. No, Kami, we're doing story time. The second one landed on Wordle, but it's wrong. Kami, stop. No. You don't even know how to do it. You don't even know how to do it. The second one is not good. It's not fair. You didn't see. Shit. Don't guess like me. Don't guess like me. 8. What is this? Listen to what Kami chose. The parts of you that aren't I. That's what we're gonna be talking about in the next one. Next break. What are that? I don't know. The parts of you that aren't I. I don't know what that means. But I read it already and I highlighted only one sentence. The sentence that I highlighted is like, we are more comforted by ideas of what things are as opposed to what they really are. It's gonna be a funny one. It's gonna be a... Muted, shut up. I love that now muted is not like saying, gee, you're muted, but it's like, muted. Like, yeah, I muted you. Just to let you know, I muted you. Shut up. You're not even giving me any more like, hey yo, watch out, you're muted. Like, no, I muted you. I muted you. Stop. You dumbos. Take your medicine. You need it. Sorry, Pera. You're right. I was screaming too much. But they're dumb. They're dumb. I don't know what to do, Pera. They're dumb. It's not my fault. Stop licking after I cuddle her and she licks where I just cuddle her. Just to... Alison, that was a good... That would have been very good. But I muted the alerts on my side. Did I? No. So why didn't I hear that? Oh well. Oh well. Too bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh well, Alison. Oh. You tried to scare me. It didn't work. Can you sign language, please? Jake. Wait, how was Jake? I don't remember how... I don't remember anything of that. Your mother. Storytime in sign language? I don't think that I can do it. I don't think that I can do like the parts of you that aren't I. The parts of me that aren't I. I should stop flirting with people? What? Was I? Oh, give me kisses. Thank you, Baraba. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Who's the hot one? Who? The hot guy that gifted you a sub? I don't know. You know? You should know. You should have like the name that shows up when you get like a notification. Can you bring me luck for my upcoming Chinese exam? Good luck. I bring very bad luck, so I maybe... You know what brings a lot of good luck? Chat. What is the one thing that brings a lot of luck in exams? Proven. What is that thing that brings good luck at exams? Mods, please. Mods, you know what to answer. Mods, you know what to answer. Mods, you know what to answer. Not cheating, Mods. No bribery. No. Stupid. No, okay. No. Mods. No, it's not cheating. It's not cheating. Hi, Sengadget. What pain did you cause in my... It's fine. It's fine. What is it? No, chat, you're so dumb. You cannot think of anything. The merch, Mods, the merch. Merch, come on. Just sell it. Sell the merch, Mods. Come on. Let's do it again, okay? But do you know what else brings you good luck in exam and is it proven? Yeah, oh, yes, Ari, exactly. Merch. Merch brings you good luck. If you didn't know, if you wear... I actually bribed personally every single professor in every single university. And I told them, if the person has merch on, you have to let them pass the exam with top grades. So, I mean, you're kind of... I mean, I got you, people. Just take the merch. The worst ad ever. Shut up. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Shall we go for the last tomato? Shall we go? Okay, if it goes well, I'm gonna buy it for sure. No, it's the opposite way. Alkrum, it's the opposite way. You have to get it and then you get lucky, you know? Only in exams. You don't get lucky in any other way. Trust, you don't get lucky in any other way. Only to the exams. I was a class topper. Not at all. In high school, not at all. Would it help a prostate exam? And then... Oh, goodness. I heard that the girl who graduated medical school 1 year in advance is always wearing the merch. Oh my goodness, I'm crying. Oh, yes. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? I'll check in with you later. I'm gonna get myself also like the chapstick because I am. I don't know. I'm gonna get the chapstick. That's it. Okay, I need it. I'll check in with you later. Okay. I got too much caffeine. Be good, people. I'll check in with you later. Welcome back. Sorry. Floyd was shaking very much. I don't know what was happening. Floyd was shaking a lot. Hi, Blue Lola. I think that Floyd suffers of like attachment issues or something like that. You never studied in your life? Good for you, I guess. I think that he suffers of attachment issues. What the fuck? And he came in here and started like shaking. Enjoy your gym. Enjoy your gym. Mike, no. The microphone is. Wait. I know. Microphone is low. I will slowly get back to being very loud. I just don't want to scare you, you know. Dogs have always attachment issues. That's weird though. Like, what the fuck? I think that maybe he's spending too much time with my mom. He should be left alone, you know, for a while. But how are you all, people? How did it go? How was this focus time for you? How did you feel? You cannot. Oh, maybe the music is too loud. Maybe the music is too loud. Sorry, I was talking about Floyd being. The solution to nervous dog is isolation. No, I was joking, JJ. I was joking. Carol, I'm so happy to have you here today. I'm really, really happy. To make me up from focus. To wake you up from focus? Wait. No. Yeah, but then people, you have to understand, Marco, if I don't do this, after people are gonna be like, oh my god, you scare me. Me. When I'm gonna set up the third monitor, I think, I'm gonna set up the third monitor like in like when I receive the how is it called? The power stuff, because you know that the new graphic card needs a better. Where is the graphic card? Here. It's a stronger power thing, power adapter, power shingy, and I just ordered it, and it should arrive like on the 7th of December, maximum on the 7th of December. No. Between the 1 and the 13, I forgot. Something like that. So I have to check that out. Like, I have to check when is that? Fortnite? I don't have it. Yeah, I got the new power supply. I need a new power supply. That's it. You will have. I will have an entire monitor for OBS and all the streaming parts. All of them. I think I'm gonna use. I'm thinking what is healthier for my neck. All right. Oh, another thing. This Saturday I will not be going to the spa with Cami. I just gave her the bad news because I have the tournament on Valorant. Apparently it's this Saturday. And maybe on Sunday. So I don't know what will happen on Sunday. I wanted to do the trivia, but they just told me that maybe the semifinals are gonna be on Sunday. So maybe it's not gonna happen also on Sunday. Just letting you all know. I'm also telling the people now. It's already. I thought we had more time. But it's already this Saturday. So I guess I'm gonna go the weekend after. I'm thinking I'm gonna just go the weekend, just play Valorant in the spa. I think I'm gonna do all of that next weekend. I just have to check up. But also next weekend we have Chris coming back on stream to teach us the sign language. The Valorant, it's called Valorant Hunters. That's the thing that I'm in. Chris, not Cruise. So that, and then I wanted to tell you. Not even that. Shut up, Jake. Valo will be in Italian. Yes, Valo will be in Italian, unfortunately. But the game is still that one, right? So I'm thinking if I will be streaming that or not. If I don't stream it, I feel like I will be more focused on the game, and I want to be actually really good for my team, you know? I don't want to be... I actually want to win this. I want to do my best, you know? Speedruns Italian Duolingo. That will be at 3, if I'm not wrong, on Saturday. I'm not sure, but I'll tell you more in details in the next days. I want to tell you something else. I was saying something before talking about this, right? I was thinking about this. I was talking about something before this. What was it, chat? Why am I so lost? Why am I so lost? I was talking about something. Why? What was I doing? What was I talking? What did I do? What? I don't remember. The power thing. Oh yeah, the power thing. Shit, thank you. Thank you so much. There was the power thing. So, the third monitor. I was thinking about what is better for my neck. And I'm thinking, what if I have this one, the new one, in vertical right here. I have it in vertical right here. And I have OBS, and then I have the chat, I have TikTok, the chat, and OBS all in one screen. All stream-wise stuff is gonna be vertical right there, so I can check on it while watching. Like, I'm gonna be more like this when I'm talking to you, because the screen is gonna be right there, you know? And then I have the two monitors here. I don't know if it makes sense to have three of them like this. You know, maybe because then I can bring these two like closer together and more like on this side. Yeah, JJ, most probably, yes. If you can, please, that would be lovely. I'm so sad because this morning I was just telling people about I was asking for the availabilities on the Dumbo's games. Fuck, I really want to do that. I genuinely want to do that, chat. I promise to you, it's one of the formats that I believe the most in. It's one of the formats that I believe the most in, and I'm so sorry that I keep delaying that. I think that would be so fucking fun. Power strip and the new setup. Oh, so yeah, and the power strip is gonna get here like on the 13th. So I will have like to wait until that day to actually put all the things together. Dumbo's games better than how to Twitch. I swear, I think that it's gonna be really fun. I think that will be very fun. The wait will be worth. I promise. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna add stuff. That's for sure. Like, for example, I didn't think about making. I didn't make scenes where I can introduce you to every single person. So I actually have to create new scenes where I have one screen, one thing for each person. You know, like I present to you contestant number 1, and then contestant number 2, contestant number 3, 4, 5, and all of that. So then you can have like they can have their own minute and a half or like 2 minutes to just present themselves and all of that. I didn't do that yet, so I will have the time to do this at least. Best TV show I've ever watched. It's not like from an art point of view, but from a company point of view. It's definitely Friends. 2 minutes. That's a lot. No, but like I call you. Oh, how are you doing? How is it going? Oh, good. I bet you can chat a little bit. You know. I'm not saying like chat. Trust me. 2 minutes is generally nothing. Generally, it's nothing. 2 minutes. I've been live for 7 hours. I talked about nothing. All right, trust me. 2 minutes with me, we chit chat together. It's not like, oh, you have 2 minutes and you talk for 2 minutes. It's gonna be like, oh, how are you doing? Welcome in. How are you feeling? Where are you from? Oh, how old are you? Oh, blah 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 blah. Fun, blah. You know, that's it. That's how it's gonna work. Strong. Yeah, 7 hours. That's basic shit. You never do. You stay 7%, 90% of the time. Yeah. Floyd, are you okay? Are you coming back here? What's going on? Come here. What's going on? You still scared? Hi, baby boy. Hi. What's happening? Go back. Go there and then turn around. Go there. Turn around so I can actually go here. Come here. How can I cuddle if you're in the back? How can I cuddle you if you're behind me? Come here. All right. You can stay here. All right. I talk more on my Instagram stories. Actually, I didn't tell you. I did like an interview, and it was supposed to be a 90 seconds interview, all right? With people from Lore magazine. And we did the interview, and they were like, "Oh, we're just gonna ask you questions. You have 90 seconds." And I was like, "Oh my god, I have to be very fast to answer all the questions." And I was extremely nervous at the same time. So they asked me like questions that were more like yes or no questions. And I was like, "Yes, no, productivity," and then and all of that. And then they're, "Oh, that was 60 seconds. You were too fast." Like fuck. So mine is gonna be the shortest interview they've ever done. Ever done. Oh, in Italian mostly, Mario. They are mostly Italian. They know a little bit of English, but they are mostly Italian. Segundos. That's exactly. Lore. Yeah. Lore magazine. It's the one that you find on Instagram. Sunshine, hi. Hello. How are you doing? Hello. You saw me doing it? Yeah, I was panicking. Yes, I was panicking with the interview because I don't know. I was on the spotlight. I didn't know what to say, what to do. I didn't want to look dumb. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Philippi. You wanna come with me? Come with me. No. Philippi, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. What? More? Okay. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. If it was long, they just edit it. And they, no, not really. They don't edit those interviews. Carver, thank you so much, you beautiful human being, for being here with us and staying hydrated. Oh, yes, you do. Is it you who stinks? Are you the one that stinks? Why do you stink so much? Get away! Go away! You stink so much. Man, you stink a lot. Go away! You gotta go. Go! You stink! You're disgusting. Go! Leave me! It's like the smell coming up from me. No, don't look at me like that. I'm not gonna pet you anymore. You stink. I'm not. You stink. I cannot pet you. No, get away. Get away from me. You stink. What the fuck did you do? What did you do? Why do you stink so much? Oh my god. You make me sad, but I cannot pet you. You're okay. This hand is already gone, I guess. This hand is already like gone. But why do you? Oh my god, what did you do? Where did you go? What the fuck happened? I'm not insulting him. I'm saying that he stinks. Not that he is a stink. He stinks. He does. He ate the squirrels. It stinks like wet dog, but not like and food and like what the fuck? Welcome to the rich side. It's not what? No. The Fritos warehouse. It was working hard at the Fritos warehouse. It's my fault? It's not my fault. Yeah, I found the cookies back. I left it at home. You disgusting. Wait, let me flop your ears. Disgusting. People, I hope you had a beautiful day today. I hope you had fun. Oh, not wait. Oh my god, I looked at my back and I was why am I okay? Ah. Slash get fucked. You tried to scare me. Didn't work. Sorry. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy that I was back. I'm very, very weird, right? Milan Games Week left me energized. Okay, listen, I don't want to be cringe, but maybe it left me energized because I met many of you, you know, and that gave me a little bit of energy. Maybe that was it. Even though usually I get so drained from social interaction. Hi, Guaro. You know, like, but it was really, really nice. It was super nice. The conference was super nice. Apart from the fact that we had our own space where we could all the creators could stay without like where we could sit. I felt like can I tell you this, chat? Oh, thank you for the pets. I felt so noble to pass by. Like there were like people outside waiting to look for their creators, the people that they like. Oh, there's Marcel. Hi. Oh my god. Say hi to my mom. Blah blah blah. And then there was me like, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I have the bracelets. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my god, I felt so noble. I felt so noble. Am I saying that you're good medicine for my social presence? Sometimes. In little pills, I would say. I'd say little pills. Drink water, remember you're not famous. Hey, that's the point. That's the point. I am not famous at all. That's the point. I'm not famous at all. But it was fun to be treated like them, you know? So it's like, thank you. And there was me making, like, I was... There were people like networking with other creators, and then it was me networking with the bodyguard, talking to the hostess that was there, talking to the guy that was giving water, like me. Like at a certain point, they were like, "You don't even have to show me the bracelet. I already know what's up. What's up? You don't need to. I know you. You know. On the polpacho, I did not sign you on the leg. Did I? I did not. I don't know, I'm just non-stop cheering the crowd. Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say people. I'm not saying that I was famous. I'm saying that it was fun to be treated like one, like to be treated like by the people that were letting me in. You know, that's everything that I was saying. Sorry. Anyway, shall we get to work? No more work. I'm done. I'm dead. I am tired. I am very, very tired. Ate a cookie? Yeah, the bodyguard ate a cookie. The bodyguard ate the cookie. It was super fast because apparently I think that they cannot like... What? Okay, I'm cuddling you. The bodyguard got the cookie. Like, I was passing by with the cookies in the crowd, blah, blah, blah. And then I got close to them and like, do you want one? And he just grabbed one and ate it. Because I think that they cannot like eat because of like the image, you know, that you cannot really like eat in front of everyone. So he just okay, no worries. It was nice. I gave a lot of my snacks also to the people that were working there, like the hostesses. That was really, really nice. That was super nice to me too. Like that reminded me of when I was working there, when I was working as the hostess, and I hated every single second of it. I hate everything. It was horrible. It was horrible to work as a hostess. It was such a pain. Anyway, people, I am gonna leave you to someone actually famous, someone that deserves all the fame that they can get, and try to figure it out why Floyd stinks so much. But I really appreciate you, people. People from TikTok, appreciate you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Bye, TikTok. Okay. And people on TikTok, I fucking love you. You have no idea. I don't want to get emotional. Maybe we can do like a crying stream one day that we define as crying stream, and that's it. Where I am gonna be cringe. No one can just say anything about me being cringe. It's like the title is gonna be today I'm gonna be cringe. But I genuinely appreciate you, everyone, every single one of you, for being so nice to me at the conference, but also outside. So also for all the love that you sent me every single time that I was posting something. I appreciate you. Joey, hi Joy. I really, really appreciate you for everything. Dodged. Fuck! Got me! No, bitches. You bitches. We have it tomorrow morning. We start with that one. You bitches. I love you. My mom is insulting me because I call you bitches. I love you very, very much. Be good, okay? Get a lot of water. Try to get for a walk. Try to be nice to each other.